she said made it into the meeting, and I figured she was out of town.
Yes. She's coming back into town, but we leave tomorrow for vacation.
Well, I bet you're happy about that.
Oh,
Hi, Mike.
definitely.
Thank you, Mike. So you'll be first up,
Got it.
and I've already got it on.
I know the drill.
Okay. And then typically after you speak in Southern English, you'd step back. But it doesn't matter. You'll just be leading the pledge because they'll be able to hear you. Okay. So it's however you do it. But then don't worry about turning it off or anything. Sounds good. I appreciate you. It's going to be
Always.
great. No trouble yesterday.
No trouble. Yeah, I was surprised. Small crowd, though. So, they don't know how to plan. Hey, who'd you vote for? Nah,
Oh, no, I'm not in that ward.
Oh, you're not in that? I
I'm
am.
not in, I'm
District
in Chris
32?
Kidd.
Oh, okay.
I get to stay out of it.
Yes, you do.
They all, well, Dusty Beavers do, but the others called me and asked me to support them, and I'm like, I got too many friends in that.
Same way. I said, I will meet with you and listen to you. So I met with Gene, JJ, Dustin, Dusty, we met on the phone. I said, publicly, I can't support you because I'm a leader of a sovereign nation. I said, but personally, I can, but I'm not going to tell you if I am or not. I voted for the best candidate. And they said, fair enough.
And that's in your, did you live in that district?
Yes, I do. District 32. That's my district.
Okay, it's time to get started, so I will call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Chairman Mark Wilmavoy of the Comanche Nation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Chairman?
Please pray with me. Narami Jesus, ta'aputsa, sameyokwita, Jesus sukudaka dan wakatu miadoi. Lord, I pray that you will give our leaders in their decision-making the integrity. Give them wisdom and discernment to make the best choices for our city. help them to lead with integrity, and to be a positive influence on those around them. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mayor, I'd like to make one statement, please.
You absolutely can have the mic.
As a citizen of the City of Lawton City Council, I believe in you and I believe in your leadership. The City of Lawton is definitely some kind of wonderful. Make us proud.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming today, and it's always fun to have the prayer given in the native language of the Comanche Nation, and we appreciate you coming. And then following it up with that English with a Southern Oklahoma flair made it really special, and we appreciate that very much. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren.
Okay, and now we move on to the Spotlight Award to Marlon Johnson, Solid Waste Collection. John?
I'm going to speak from the podium because our mics aren't working. But today, citizens, I want to recognize and I want everyone to acknowledge the good things that Marlon Johnson did. Marlon, will you come on up here, please? Marlon has been a city employee for over 20 years. And back in July, when the city was still in the throes of cleaning up from the hail damage, Marlon received a call on Friday, July 28th, around 5 o'clock, that there had been some hail-damaged trees and some shrubs that hadn't been picked up. And so Marlon came from his house. He drove back in. He got a truck with the arms. What are those called? The grapple truck. Thank you. And he just drove out there and he picked it up all on his own. And so that's certainly the type of spirit that we want to recognize, even for someone who's been a very long-standing and good employee. You know, that type of initiative and that type of customer service is absolutely what we're getting at with the True North culture change. So we appreciate you very much. Here's a coin.
Thank you.
And
There you go. Can you get it there?
Marlon, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, and our Citizen of the Month that we had to put off, right? And so we're going to the presentation of the North Star Award. John.
okay, so now we're moving on to the North Star Award, and the North Star Award embodies the principles and the culture of the True North Statement. So for this month's North Star Award, we're going to recognize Reagan Williams. Reagan, come on up. Jason, will you come on up too? Jason's more familiar with the wonderful things that Reagan did, so I'm going to let him speak. But generally speaking, Reagan did an outstanding job at the International Festival a few weeks ago and got rave reviews and some of the best comments I think we've ever had regarding the festival. So wonderful job. So I'm going to give you this and then let you give some more specifics.
So my name is Jason Poudrier. I'm the Arts and Humanities Administrator. And as the Arts and Humanities Division, we support several of the festivals, the largest festivals that occur in Lawton, Oklahoma, one of which is the International Festival. It's led by Chair Dory Thomas. This year, it was Dory's first year as chair. It was my year as the second year as the Arts and Humanities Administrator. And Reagan Williams had been with us for maybe a month or maybe 2 months. And within 2 months, she immediately came into the position, handled applications for vendors, for food, sales, display, assisted with the multiple performers that we had, and to keep over 63 vendors happy, to keep over 50 performers happy, the communications that Reagan Williams coordinated and made sure happened. In addition to all of that, a lot of people don't know with the International Festival, there's golf cart rentals, there's light tower rentals, there's porta potty rentals. All of those went across to Reagan's desk, and she handled it all with a smile. And then during the festival, from basically 8 till like 10 at night, she worked with everybody, again with a smile. The vendors were happy to work with her. She would constantly say, hey, I'm going to send this out to the vendors, this email, just to make sure they know this. I'm going to do this. And when we talk about citizen first with the True North culture statement, Reagan Williams is definitely citizen first, because the International Festival, it's a committee of citizens. It's for the citizens of Lawton, and that's who Reagan Williams served, and she did an exceptional job.
All right, Reagan, we're proud of you. Let's give her one more round of applause. Appreciate that new True North culture getting through the organization. Appreciate the stars. Now we're going to have a special recognition that's not on the agenda for Mike Hawkins. Mike, would you come forward? All right, so this is pretty exciting, and I heard about this about a week or 10 days ago, maybe 2 weeks ago now, huh? And what happened was Mike got recognized with this 2023 Special Recognition Award. Thank you. 2023 Special Recognition Award from the Oklahoma Floodplain Managers Association. This award recognizes Mike's exceptional contributions to Lawton Floodplain Management Program. Are we getting feedback, or is this okay? Okay. Mike's efforts focus on educating the community about flood risk, promoting flood insurance, and implementing flood hazard mitigation measures. His stringent enforcement of floodplain regulations safeguards both lives and property in Lawton. His efforts set a standard for flood preparedness and resilience, leaving a lasting impact on the community and beyond. This award is a testament to Mike's dedication and importance in creating a safer, more resilient community in the face of natural disasters, and building a community where our citizens and visitors can thrive. Now, I'm going to present him with this award, but this is really the award that he got from the Oklahoma Floodplain Managers Association. So let's give Mike a big round of applause. Okay, now, Mike, that obviously is from somebody else, but we feel like we need to give you something, but we don't have anything for you. But we know you like chocolate chip cookies, so the council all wants to give you some chocolate chip cookies. Do you need another hand? Look at that, he just took the whole box. How about that? Let's give Mike another round of applause. We're proud of you, Mike. Now we got a proclamation for White Cane Safety Day. Looks like a pretty good crew coming down. How are you?
Good, good.
Are you some kind of wonderful?
Absolutely.
All right, that was the right answer. Hey, Rocco. Who's going to be the spokesperson today?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Whereas the white cane is used by Lawton residents who are legally blind to allow them to navigate our city and access its public places, schools, and businesses. Whereas with proper training, people can use the white cane, can enjoy greater mobility and safety by determining the location of curbs, steps, uneven pavement, and other physical obstacles in their path. Whereas the white cane has opened the door of opportunities for thousands of blind Oklahomans by enabling them to travel freely and independently in their communities. Whereas the white cane is now universally recognized as a symbol of blindness that provides the safety of blind pedestrians by alerting drivers when a visually impaired person is crossing the street, parking area, or other area access to the public. Whereas Oklahoma law requires that vehicle drivers to come to a full stop at least 15 feet away from a visually impaired pedestrian using a white cane or dog guide and take such precautions before proceeding as may be necessary to avoid an accident or injury to the person who is wholly or partially blind. Whereas to honor the many achievements of blind and visually impaired citizens and to recognize the white cane's significance in advancing independence, the United States Congress by joint resolution approved October 6, 1964 as it designated October 15th of each year as White Cane Safety Day. Therefore, I declare today, October 15, 2023, White Cane Safety Day in the city of Lawton, and urge all to observe this day by recognizing the significance of the white cane, both as a symbol of independence and a symbol impacting technology that enables Oklahoma residents with visual disabilities to participate more fully in the social and economic life of our state. And I would just like to say that the city of Lawton's support for the Council of the Blind helps to make us a community where citizens and visitors can thrive. Let's give them a big round of applause. All right, and you get to talk.
Well, we just want to thank the City of Lawton. It's just amazing how much you guys work with us. When we see that there's an issue or something like that, we can bring it to you. We can bring it to the Access Board. We work with LATS a lot with training. And so the City of Lawton has just embraced us, which makes us so much more able to do things, just the quality of life. And without you guys doing that, we wouldn't be able to do as much as we can. People may know out there that they see a white cane, but they may not understand it. They may just go ahead and think that, oh, this person just is having a cane for whatever reason. But really and truly, there's so many other cities, even in Oklahoma, that do not embrace the white cane, do not embrace the visually impaired, legally blind as much as Lawton. And we really appreciate every single thing that you guys do for us and for the community, that we can also give back to the community that way as well.
All right,
Thank you.
How many, before we applaud again, how many of you serve on our Access Board? Two?
Three.
Three members serve on the Access Board. Let's give them another round of applause for their leadership. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Okay, and that brings up reports by the mayor and city council. We'll start with Ward 1.
I wanted to mention that we finally got Butch Settle Park mowed. It was, sometimes things are not as easy to get done as you think they are, but I wanted to let everyone know that there are children playing basketball again in that park. It was, you just couldn't play out there. The weeds were so tall and that sort of thing. So children are playing again. And I imagine during this fall break, they're really enjoying that. So.
All right, and that is a park that that the city does not own. Is that correct?
Yes, that was given to the apartments.
All right, very good. Thank you. And Ward 2.
Yes, we have before us some donation forms for United Way. I encourage everyone to get involved with the United Way. It's an excellent organization that helps, I think, 15 or 16 other nonprofit agencies here in town provide services. So they're in the middle of their campaign drive. So please get involved and help out.
Ward 3.
Thank you, Mayor Council. I was excited driving by Cameron University parking lot on my way here. There's a whole bunch of high school band students getting ready for the marching band competition. And these students come from all over the state, lots of school buses there. They get to be in Lawton and also to hopefully look at Cameron University as a possibility. And it's really great when the school and the cities can provide this kind of event.
All right, thank you. Ward 4.
I only have to say, be sure and vote today.
Ward 5.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As always, the farmers market. Have you ever heard of the mushroom shiitakes, oysters, and have you ever heard of lion's mane oysters? I would encourage you to go and take a look at some of that fruits and vegetables that are there. Some of them are quite exotic and tasty. If you don't like mushrooms, I know some people don't like the fungus, then try out the variety of squashes. On a serious note, today when I was voting, I thought about the freedoms that the Bill of Rights and the Constitution gives us as citizens of this great United States, and the many lives that have been actually given for those freedoms that we have. And one of those freedoms is the freedom to disagree. And that is part of what we're all voting about. You know, in this country, we can disagree, and it's okay. In other countries, if you've ever been to third world countries, you can be put in jail for disagreeing. You can be tortured and even killed for disagreeing. So I encourage everybody, as Councilman Ward 4 says, get out, exercise those freedoms that were paid for and bought for you to do, because it is a wonderful thing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ward 6. Ward 7.
Just wanted to remind everyone that Marie Detty is hosting a domestic violence awareness walk tonight at 6:00 p.m. at Elmer Thomas Park. There also, the entry fee is a canned good or dog food or things that those young ladies that they shelter could use. So if you know anyone who's been in a domestic violence situation, or even if you have not, just come out and show your support.
And Ward 8.
To tag on to what Councilman Hampton had mentioned, for those of you that don't like fungus or squash, most times they have donuts and bacon there. So there's always something good at the farmer's market. I encourage everybody to get out and vote.
All right, thank you guys. And we'll move on to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. And push the button on the right, and the red light will come on. There you
And
go.
the red light
You're
will
ready to
come
go.
on.
Please give us your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Cartessa Smith. I live at 610 Southwest 52nd Street, Lawton, Oklahoma, 73505. 3 minutes starting right now already? Okay. Mayor Booker, members of the council, and all esteemed counterparts, my name is Cartessa Smith. I come to you all today both humble and empathetic, but very much fed up. Due to this woman's actions being so perverse, malicious in all intents, and then irrationally defended as necessary from a victim standpoint, I won't have to say her name. Sorry, lost my place. Hold on, just a second. Okay, due to this woman's actions being so perverse, malicious, and in all intents, and then irrationally defended as necessary from a victim standpoint, I won't have to say her name for you. You each can correctly identify and then recall easily an experience for you that was full of discord, dishonesty, confusion, and negativity. This person has crossed the last boundary with me, and in front of you, any witnesses here watching, and God, I'm saying enough is enough. The leaders of this community make up and come from all different backgrounds and are diligent in their platform of interest. Everyone here wakes up every day and does the best job any imperfect human can do. Allowing this person to take up space to continually critique, degrade, insult, humiliate, and emotionally abuse whomever is not in her favor that day, moment, or second, is irresponsible of us as role models, as advocates, colleagues, and friends. I am done empathizing with her, and I challenge everyone here to be done as well. I challenge justice to be swift and unapologetic. It's time to take her power away and focus on the people trying to be heard that want to engage smartly with critical thinking and be amazing parents and friends. Our attention should be spent repairing relationships that are rational and come from a place of legitimate personal pain. We need to take the quote-unquote table away from her. No more invites, no more meetings, no more caring if she believes that we are corrupt or unethical or ugly or our shoes are ugly or gay or a sellout. The emotional warfare and abuse from someone that doesn't care about moving forward and has proven that with constant extreme lengths that she has gone through to impede our process forward. I close with thanking you for your time, your efforts to lead us as an imperfect human with a beautiful, imperfect life. I look forward to our time together, unified without strife. I look forward to the future and my children's future in this great town of Lawton. God bless you guys and Godspeed.
Thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and speak during this time of audience participation? This is for items that are not on the agenda.
All right, Mayor and Council, I'm at 801 Northwest Ferris. It's the beautiful McMahon Memorial Auditorium. My name is Jason Poudrier. This month, October, is actually Arts and Humanities Month. We'll get it on the calendar next year for a formal report. But I just wanted to announce to the citizens, and the mayor, to the council, to anyone who does not know, for the first time ever, we're going to have the Oklahoma State Arts Conference next week here in Lawton, Oklahoma, so that's exciting. As part of that, we're going to have Forever Motown coming in on the 18th with former lead singers of the Four Tops, Temptations, and Marvelettes, and we just invite everybody out. In addition to that, we have the NEA Big Read, a $20,000 grant that's going to have several events going on all month long, and if you want to find out more information, swokarts.com, and you'll see one of our newsletters there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward at this time of audience participation? Yes, sir. Thank you for coming, and we need your name and address, please.
Gary Arnold, 2314 Northwest 76th Street. All right. So last time I was up here, by the way, thank you for having me again. Last time I was up here, spoke a little bit about my family, myself a little bit, but I want you guys to let you guys know that anything I speak about up here is not about me. I put a pin in my story until I can properly address situations in this town that need to be addressed, which, I mean, nobody wants to talk about it. I get it. It's a hard topic. So, you know, I'm still working it out in my own head. Now, what I believe we can do eventually, I'm not trying to rush anything. I know patience is imperative with these kind of things. And, you know, I may make some assumptions every now and again. I try not to do that. You know, I've talked to quite a few of you, and maybe I am wrong. It's hard to judge from the outside sometimes, so you will have to forgive me there if I do come off as a little assertive in my thinking. I'm very opinionated. But one thing I do want to talk about is this mentorship program that I want to work on over the course of the next 6 months. I'm going to bring up a business plan. I'm going to look into grants and funding to get it started. Just as a pilot, I know the overall, you know, structure that I want is a lot more than we can do right away. But I believe that showing you guys what we can do, what I have done in my own life with certain people in my life, I won't name them obviously, but I mean, when you put patients and you know, present them with opportunities over and over again, I mean, they change. I've changed. So I very much think it's possible, and I would appreciate a little bit of an audience with you guys in the future, just to kind of flesh this out as I move along, and we'll go from there. You know, I appreciate what you guys do. I know maybe sometimes I don't come off as that way, but you know, there's a lot of things wrong in the world, and it's hard not to see, not to assume those things whenever there is so much wrong, and there are so many people that take advantage of, you know, lower classes. And one thing about it is predatory capitalism. Now, whenever you are of a certain income level, you are prone to being taken advantage of by, you know, payday advance loans, buy here, pay here car lots. I want to do away with that. I'm going to be lobbying to get rid of them. I know maybe some of you make money that way. I don't know. But, you know, I've been victim to it the last, you know, 10 years of my life. It does not help anybody build equity, and that's what we're here for. Have a good day. Thank you.
Can you write down your name and phone number, please? Is there anybody else that would like to come forward at this time of audience participation? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Give it just a minute. Okay, move on to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and may be acted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. And I've got one I want to remove, number 6. I'm going to pull number 6. Pardon me? Number 8. Were we striking number 8, City Manager?
Yes, Mayor, we are. We're striking 8.
Number 8 is a strike. Is there any others? We get a motion.
Mayor and Council, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of pulling item 6 for discussion and striking item 8.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item number 6. Consider approving a request to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Oklahoma Bureau of Narcotics, OBN, and the City of Lawton, authorizing the sharing of utility account files to be used when the records are relevant and material to an ongoing investigation. Who can tell us what this is all about? Judy.
I can give you some information about that. What would you like to know?
Question, I think, people, you know, I'm getting text after I was on TV last night about violating the Fourth Amendment of unauthorized search and seizure, the Second Amendment, all kinds of comments about it. And I'd just like a little explanation of what the information is that we're given to them and why we're giving it to them, should this pass.
We are just helping them further their investigation. Basically, it's just they're wanting to know if at a particular address if it's active and who is actually there. That is pretty much it. Nothing more than just an address and if it's active.
Okay, so somebody gave me this information sheet. I'm not sure where it came from, but and the agenda item says that it's only has to do with an ongoing investigation, correct?
Any ongoing investigations they may have.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That they do have jurisdiction here.
Mm-hmm. Any questions from anybody? You have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion for approval, discussion or debate? Please vote. Okay, and I'd like to have a media release explaining that further in detail, please. And that takes care of the consent agenda. Oh, we're short one vote. Okay. And now we have 8-0. Bringing up number 19, unfinished business. In accordance with the True North Culture Statement to build a safer community for the citizens of Lawton, hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 1801 Southwest E Avenue, also known as 409 and 411 Southwest 18th Street, to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. John.
Mayor, Council, talking about the property that is located at, or the property at 411 and 409 Southwest 18th. After talking with the acting city attorney, Mr. Tim Wilson, it is that we recommend that we do no action on this property.
You're recommending no action?
We recommend no action.
Okay. So you don't need anything from the council? We'll just move on. Okay. Thank you. Brings up item number 20. Per the recommendation of Streets and Bridges Council Committee, consider approving a list of 10 street repair candidates for milling and overlay to be included in the 10 Wins for Citizens on Target on Time project, including any floor amendments, authorize the advertisement of bids, and take action as deemed necessary. Mr. Gill, Chairman of the committee, what do you want to say about this?
I want to talk about the mayor. Chris, you can come forward. The mayor came up with a program called 10 Wins for the Citizens. And by this, what he was talking about is we have so many problems with our roads in town, and everyone complains about the roads, and rightfully so. We're working on that, but Rome wasn't built in a day, and we're going back 50, 60, 70 years on some of these roads. So the mayor came up with an idea to do 10 Wins for the Citizens, which will be a program to mill, that means grind down the old road and put an asphalt overlay. This is a temporary fix, but it's still a 5 to 8 year fix. And while we're doing this 5 to 8 year fix, milling and surfacing these roads, the other programs will stay in effect. Our CIP money working on new roads, I hear a lot of things on 38th. It's 70% complete on the plans now, and we're continuing right on. But I want everyone to understand that this 10 Wins for the Citizens of Lawton is strictly a mill and asphalt covering of some of the worst streets, and we'll have a list of those in a minute and kind of explain that. The mayor wanted this on a fast-track program so it didn't linger out and just continue on and on and on. So he assigned that project to the Bridge and Roads Committee, which I might say he also formed. And together in the committee, we came up with 10 roads that are going to be presented here just in a minute. But we will continue. We'll do these 10 roads. We already have another 10 being selected right now that we'll be going over later, and we'll continue on. Hopefully we can do these 10 in a year. That's the estimate. So start getting some better traveling conditions in the town for people to get to and from. These will be major roads, and they will be accomplished on a very timely manner, and we will see results this year. I want everyone to know that these 10 streets were first rated and listed by IMS. Infrastructure Management Services, does everyone remember those? Those were the outfit, or that's the engineering firm we hired to do an assessment last year of our roads and the conditions they were in. So they picked a list of streets. EST Engineering out of Oklahoma City, which is a consultant to the city of Lawton, they picked their list, and then of course our engineering staff picked their list. And we put all these together, and that's how we came up with the first 10 streets. I think that everyone will find this extremely beneficial in the city. I think we'll see results very soon. I'm going to ask, when this presentation is over, for the council to approve these 10 streets as well as approve putting them out to bid. So that's how far along we are. So at this time, I'm going to let Chris, who is with EST, our engineering consultant for this project, take the floor. He'll probably want to say something, go over this list of roads, and then if you have any questions, you can ask Chris. Thank you, Mr.
Hey, Chris.
Yes, sir.
Tell us your last name.
It's Serrano.
Chris Serrano,
Yes,
and
sir.
you're with EST. Okay,
Correct.
go.
Mayor and council members, thank you for having me here today. I am the municipal director of our EST. The list before you is a combination of streets that have been vetted, of an original 30 streets. The vetting process involved your engineering staff, your public works staff, and EST staff. And the list above you is basically the best candidates that we were able to identify. And part of the selection, the criteria for selecting these streets, involved the pavement condition, where they ranked, as Councilmember Gill mentioned, on their index, 1 to 100, 0 to 100. The collection of small segments that basically what we did was we took the report itself, generated a PCI that was from intersection to intersection, regardless of mile length. So we took all those segments and we combined them into what you see there, the list of streets, which is basically an average of all the small segments combined to identify one street segment. We also considered observable utilization of traffic. That was another factor. And also, as the council recommended, it had to be an asphalt street. So that there in front of you is the final list that EST recommends for this bid packet.
So what is your estimate for all of this, cost estimate?
We are looking at an estimate of roughly $2.1 million for the 10 street segments that you see there.
Are you a pretty good estimator?
I consider myself to be, yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to be sure. Sometimes those could be off. And it is hard right now with, as crazy as the bidding and construction is, it is hard. But if that 2.1 number is right, we're improving 10 roads for less than the cost of what it would cost to replace number one, which most people believe needs to be replaced. Can you tell us why number one, why you feel like you can extend the life of it 7 to 10 years for, less than $500,000 instead of spending 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 million to replace it?
Well, we've had a number of our engineers look at these road segments, and they've all come to the conclusion that the actual integrity of the roadway is not in question. The sub-base is still in good condition. So by eliminating sections of the top layer, the friction course, as we would call it, what the cars actually would drive on, replacing that, you can actually extend the life of the roadway by 5 to 8 years without having to go full reconstruction, removing all the pavement, all the subgrade, and putting in a brand new road.
So I drive that road every day, and it's got some pretty bad spots in it. You
Correct.
feel like those can be repaired?
We actually have a pay item, Mayor, on this bid packet. It's called deep patching. What that is just removing a small section of the entire pavement structure to include the subgrade, go back with compacted material and rebuild that up. So it would be small sections that would provide structural integrity overlaid with a brand new surface course.
So I'm real excited to see that this can be bid and returned to us before Thanksgiving.
Yes, sir. Our goal is to have a recommendation for contract approval the first week in November.
So you're going to bring this back the first week of November to award the bid?
That is what our goal is, yes, sir.
Okay, and of course, we are moving into winter. How long are we giving the contractor to do this?
We have given them an estimated 60 days to complete this work.
Okay, and weather, they get some weather delays and everything.
Weather
right?
delays will be factored into the overall, yes.
Because even with blacktop, temperatures important, or using some kind of blacktop?
Yes, that is correct. There's surface temperature tolerances that we have to adhere to.
Mhm.
And we have inspectors that would make sure that the surface temperatures were adequate before the material was placed.
Okay, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, Chris, great work. Thank you. I just want to say to Ruth and Joanne and Juanita, who are going to call me and tell me that their roads are worse. Your roads are made out of concrete, and the part of the stipulation on this was that it has to be asphalt. The asphalt's easier to work with. So we will get to your roads eventually. Please don't call me tonight.
Other comments? Mr. Hampton?
Thank you, Mayor. Having the privilege to sit with the team that is putting this together, I do want to say that it is no doubt we find ourselves in a predicament, not just the citizens, but the council. Everybody drives on some of these roads that are on this list. And this sure is going to buy us time as we have the greater plan going on, as the Honorable Councilman of Ward 4 spoke about, 38th Street and several other large projects that are already in the work that are taking a lot of time. They're big projects where we can actually not align our cars and deal with our tires on these 10 roads, which are in very bad shape. I do want to say I commend not just the mayor of the council, but also the staff members that have the expertise to work on this stuff and to get this stuff done, along with the leadership of the engineers. So I believe that this is a bravo for the citizens and the city of Lawton as we move to try to put together a plan to rectify and bring us up to par with any type of maintenance program that we begin to implement in the future. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, and Mr. Gill, you wanted to add something?
I did. Just a quick note, if you look at that list, just so everyone will be on page with everything. Item number 2, the PCI, the pavement index, what that represents is from the evaluation that we had done a year and a half ago from the company that came in and did that. I mentioned it earlier. That's the rating that they gave those streets. And you can continue to see this on the next 10 and the next 10 and the next 10 and so on. I just wanted to clarify, everybody, that's their index of the quality or the percentage of the road.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, you were next.
Just wanted to commend everybody that's working on this, the staff and you all and council. We know that we have a lot of streets that need to be repaired, and I think this council and the mayor has taken a different approach. These streets didn't get in bad repair overnight, and it's not going to be an overnight fix, but this is a start, and so thank you for that.
And Ms. Chapman.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. If any of us have recently driven over Ferris in front of the auditorium and the museum, how nice that road is now. This is what we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
And also, I want to thank all of you who have worked on this, because every ward has a street. And I really do appreciate that. There's no favoritism, and I like that.
So, I do think that it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, EST presented you with 31 streets off of the deal, and you basically took their recommendation. Is that correct? You want to talk about that a minute?
Sure, I will. Based on the the roads after our evaluation, which that's what I mentioned a minute ago, the pavement index, the percentage of road that's good or bad, based on that, based with what EST came up with, and based on our own engineer staff, looking at all these roads, evaluating them, they came up with this list before the committee even started on them. It was presented to us, 31 roads, and so we took the ones in order as EST and both our own engineering staff presented them, and so that's where these came from. And they fell pretty much in order. There was a couple we put in there that's still on the list. For example, from Gore to Ferris on 6th Street, 17th Street from Gore to Ferris. These are extremely well-traveled roads, a lot of traffic. That's another thing we looked at also was traffic count. So that's why these roads are on there as a traffic count. And we'll continue in that direction. And just so everyone remembers, we're still working on the other roads that are being replaced. Engineering will still be working on potholes in other areas. They'll still be replacing certain planes of concrete on certain roads in certain areas. So we're not stopping that. We're just putting everything in hyperdrive to try to get some decent surfaces to drive on. And if things go to schedule in the next 3 years, we'll have 30-plus roads in better shape that we can drive on that we'll get maybe 5, maybe 8 years out of. So it's a great program. It's the first time in my history of Lawton. I was born and raised here. I won't say how many years ago, but it was a long time ago. And I see one of my classmates out there in the audience. You don't tell them either. Yeah. It was a few days ago. So anyway, it's a great program. I'm excited about it. Everything's moving real fast. I'm going to ask on my motion in a minute to also for the council to go out, put this out for bids so we can start bidding process tomorrow.
Okay. All right. This is called 10 wins for the citizens, on target and on time. And I was hoping to catch attention with that we're starting a new program here and things are going to be different. And I actually asked for this to be completed by Thanksgiving, and they're going to have it completed, bids accepted by the 7th, is that right? 7th
Correct,
of
that's
November. So you guys have defied typical timetables. That can only happen with coordination between the staff, the committee that we put together, and EST. And so I'm real excited, but we're not just doing one project. The city manager and I have talked about some finance options, and what we want, if you'll remember, this motion was building trust and confidence with the citizens on target, on time, due in January. And you're to bring $2 million to $20 million in projects. We'll worry about the financing. You guys come up with the jobs, okay? And I expect no less than 30 more jobs. That'll be 40 total to be completed. I'm talking about construction complete now, not bid complete, by Thanksgiving of '24. And the citizens, remember, the goal here is to build trust and confidence in the citizens. And to do that, we've got to put our money where our mouth is and get the job done. The 10 that we're going to bid out here today, I think, assuming it passes, and I believe it will, plus another minimum of 30, okay? Minimum of 30, and that's due in January. And if you bring it before then, that's okay too, but with holiday season, I'm giving you till January, okay? And I want to
appreciate that.
By the way, who all is on that committee? You're on the committee?
I'm on it, Alan Hampton, and this gentleman right here. Kelly
Okay,
Harris.
this is such a vast change for the city. I think we need to give the staff, the committee, and EST a big round of applause. Now, do you have a motion?
I have a motion. I have a motion, Mr. Mayor, that we accept these 10 streets for approval. and also that we immediately put these out for bid.
Second.
Have a motion and a few seconds. Discussion or debate? Yes.
Make one quick comment. This is 53rd Street is a perfect example of how mill and overlay is a good idea. We have extended the life of that road. Number one, and I don't know the numbers exactly, but to reconstruct that road would probably be someplace between $8 and $12 million because we would have to do drainage and all of that. This will be the second time in 20 years that we have milled and overlaid that road. We don't need to drill down and figure out how I know that. And so we've kept that surface drivable and comfortable for over 20 years, and this will extend that another 5 to 8. So I think, mill and overlay on a road that is applicable is a really great way to save money for the citizens.
Any further comments? Ms. Hankins?
When I ran, which was you and I ran at the same time, that's been, 4 years ago or so? And I was pretty naive.
But whose count?
Pushing five. And I was pretty naive because one of the things I said, that I would like to get roads repaired. Now, I probably didn't promise, I'm not that naive. But just thinking back, I thought about that, and it hasn't happened, and I didn't even know how we could go about it. And now it's happening. That's just so exciting. And it does mean that staff and everybody's working together to get it done. But I'm excited.
All right, thank you. Ms. Johnson.
Just wanted to add also, this is just one piece of how we're getting our roads completed. The potholes, is when you come across those, report that in iHelp or give us a call. Those get, correct me if I'm wrong, in about 24 to 48 hours filled. No more than 72. And then there's also the crack sealing that's going on as well. So not every road is able to get repaired right away, but we're working towards that. So just wanted to mention that as well.
Okay, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, and following up on what Councilwoman Johnson said, on the crack sealing, we found out that, especially the major arterials, we only seal those about every 7 years. We take turns. We get so many of them done every year, but the crack sealing lasts. We don't have to do that necessarily every year. So that's important. And then I also want to point out, and I've heard a lot of comments lately about Sheridan Road from Lee to Bishop, and that is in engineering. It's being worked now, and it will get done as soon as we finish all those engineering estimates.
Good point. This list of 10 is in addition, as Mr. Gill said, to all of the other roads that have already been published. We probably need to get an update on those. Next time, please vote. And the motion carries 8-0. And can't you just imagine next summer, 40 road projects being completed?
I'm sure we'll hear.
Be quite a change. We'll really have complaints, won't we?
Yeah, exactly. We can't get through here, can't go down that.
Item number 21. Thank you, Chris. Item number 21, consider approving a resolution amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees and Charges, Lawton City Code 2015, increasing the fee for uncovered, unsecured loads, establishing an effective date, and allowing floor amendments. Larry.
Mayor and Council, this is a proposed resolution to increase the fee that's applied to unsecured or uncovered loads at the landfill. Current city code requires that any refuse load that arrives at the landfill has to be not only secured but covered completely with a tarp, and that applies to any of the solid waste loads. Currently, there's a fee applied if we do have a customer that has an unsecured or uncovered load. That fee is set at $28.75. This is a resolution that would increase that fee to be set at $100 for residential loads and $200 for commercial loads. This wasn't a staff-initiated item, so we do have some concerns related to operations when this would be implemented, primarily with customers that choose to leave the landfill whenever they realize that a fee like this will be applied. Currently, we have customers, even at our current rate of $28.75, that if they learn that this fee is going to apply to their load, they just simply turn around and leave. So that puts their load back on the street and also increases the potential for illegal dumping for that customer as well. So those are just a couple of concerns of increasing this type of fee to that level.
So the point behind this, and I don't want to preempt Mr. Warren, but the point behind it was not too long ago, we had a citizen killed by something flying off of an unsecured load. Not to mention the trash up and down 11th Street, as well as other areas of town, but it gets concentrated on 11th Street before people get to the dump. How would you suggest that we control unsecured loads creating danger for our citizens? As I said, we had a citizen killed about a year ago. And the continued problem, I know we put $100,000 in the budget for trash pickup along 11th Street for this very reason. Is that correct, City Manager? Wasn't it $100,000 we put in the budget for that?
Yes, Mayor, I think that's right.
So we're spending $100,000 of the citizens' money. We've got a citizen that's dead. What would be your solution for this problem?
Primarily to have an environmental compliance officer that's on duty that can not only investigate illegal dumping, but also monitor traffic and see these uncovered loads while they're in process. If it's uncovered by the time it gets to the landfill, the damage has already been done. And so being able to actually cite someone while they're driving or while they're transporting that unsecured load is a more proactive approach that I would recommend.
What is our current capability in that area?
Right now, it would just be up to the Lawton Police Department to provide that type of enforcement. The DEQ does have a grant program, though, that opens up in December of this year that provides up to $50,000 for specifically for an environmental compliance officer to deal with these type of issues. And
okay, so I would say it goes without a vote that we need to be applying for that grant. Now, do we not have a city ordinance in place, or is there not a state law in place about securing your load?
There are both. City code
and so
state
we
law.
already have the mechanism we need for the police to write a ticket. Is that correct?
As I understand it, yes.
And and then the fine is up to the judge, right?
For those citations, it would be.
Okay.
But no more, for an unsecured load, no more than $28.75.
That's, the fine is no more than $28.75?
Or no, that's the unsecured load fine.
Well, that's the fee that's applied at the landfill by our scale attendant, which is really not an enforcement mechanism per se. It has nothing to do with a citation. It's just a fee that's applied to
So the judge can go all the way up to $750 if he wants to, right? I think that's right. Can you tell us that?
That's the maximum, yes.
Okay. Mr. Warren. I think most everything has been said. I know that we've had a death. We have an ongoing issue, and I don't really think that it's been, I mean, we go out there, we spend a lot of time, we spend a lot of money, we clean it up, and 3 days later, it's back to the way it was before. So it's actually money wasted, so we've got to find a solution. Unsecured load in the state of Oklahoma, I think, is up to $5,000 in jail time. OHP could write you a citation for that. Maybe we need to figure out how we enforce that on the street. I like the idea of having an enforcement officer there, especially if we can pay $50,000 of it with a grant. But the ones that I see, you know, I don't spend that much time going out to the dump. I see unsecured load every day in trailers and the back of pickups, you know, stuff just dangling off the back. There's got to be a solution, and I don't know if that's an LPD solution and we need to change the amount of the fine. I mean, we can always direct that the city manager have, you know, more enforcement, surprise enforcement or whatever. But if we don't have a fine that, you know, $28, you can't even buy a tart for $28. It's cheaper just to go out there and pay the $28 and going down the road. So there's got to be a solution. I don't know if we need to. Surely we don't need to have a committee. But there's got to be a solution. You know, we're always going to have people that don't follow the rules, that don't care about their neighbor, that just throw stuff in the back of a vehicle and take off and you know. So some of those people we're not ever going to be able to affect, but the vast majority, I think, if we do some education and appropriate fines, we can possibly slow this down.
Ms. Johnson?
Okay. I really would like us to continue the conversation about the DEQ grant. Number one, and it's been mentioned before, a lot of that dumping happens in the Lawton View area and then the area across. So and it happens often in the same spots. And it makes that area look really bad, and it's not the people that live in the community. So if we look at some type of enforcement, a lot of it happens overnight when no one's there. So I think we really have to figure out something. Raising the fines, I don't know if that's going to do anything at all, because instead of me taking my dump, you know, taking my uncovered load to the dump, I'm just going to dump it to the closest place that I can. So I think we really need to look into that.
City Attorney.
So just for clarification, when we say fines and fees, I don't want to mix apples and oranges. Fines are criminal, and we are not a court of record. So by law, we're capped at our fine at no more than $750. So that's one issue. That's a criminal fine. Fees, on the other hand, would be a fee charged like to abate something, and that's really the agenda item here is the fee. So I just want to make sure we had that clarification.
Okay, Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. Question, Larry. I think that we were having similar kind of issues with our polycards or something, and then whether they're like a raccoon or something like that we had helping people to educate themselves. Have we ever had a education program or any type of thing to help the citizens and commercial people understand the importance of tarping?
We have. Of course, more public education, the better. But yes, we've had public education efforts specifically for the tarping ordinance.
Right. Well, somehow, it is no doubt that when we charge a fine, that that's going to kind of get around word of mouth. Hey, you better tarp up, or else you're going to get a fine for this. And there's an educational component to that, of course. But it just seems like that as a city, somehow there needs to be some education and some kind of mores or something set within our community to understand that littering and even more death can happen with not taking care and being responsible for what you're tearing down. So I would like to see some thought or something. Maybe we can throw that at Caitlin to see if she has any ideas of what might help to educate. Thank you, Mayor.
Everything that Caitlin does is good. I'm not sure the raccoon has made a big difference. I still see poly carts that are flowing over and trash coming out of those. So I'm not, I think, and I'm up for discussion, the police chief stood up, so I think he might have been a little nervous, but it seems like putting officers in, because you see those loads, I would think if officers are, you know, out, will they see those loads and can stop them then? And before they get there, because I understand what you're saying, people just go and dump them somewhere. And then if we, you know, put too many fines on the citizens, that's not always very popular either. But it does need, can you put something together that you feel like would work with the police officers and see if we can, if we got the grant, it would be pretty easy to do, I would think, to add some officer to do that. But I have to talk to, so I don't, you know, I don't know what the police department thinks about that.
Yeah, primarily from our standpoint, having an actual environmental enforcement officer would be a huge step in not only policing uncovered loads, but also being able to investigate illegal dumping and to help put a stop to that.
What, investigate what?
Illegal dumping. It's a big problem. I mean, it's not something that you see on 11th Street, obviously, but all of the back roads that surround the landfill are all subject to illegal dumping, and it's something that we have to go out and mitigate after it takes place, but we're not there to catch them.
Thank you. Mr. Harris.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on that, Larry, because he's absolutely right, and Enrica mentioned this too. You know, I had that warehouse property in the middle of the night. People come out and just dump stuff. And then, and I have a rental house just down the road here. It's amazing how many times people go, oh, there's nobody in there, I'll just dump right here. So there, what I'd like to, my point is that for property owners that get dumped on, I'd like to see us come up with a solution to help them mitigate the problem without them having to hire somebody to come in and pay several $100s to haul off something that wasn't theirs in the beginning.
Ms. Hankins.
Can we hear from the police chief now, or should we send that back to?
No, I'd love to hear from police chief. Come
Yeah,
on down,
because
Chief.
he seems to be wanting to say something about it.
Oh, okay.
Mayor, City Council, I didn't know I had that look that I was wanting to say something, but we was talking about enforcement, and our traffic unit has been out on 11th Street several times doing some enforcement action to try to abate the littering. They go out there on Fridays and Saturday mornings at times just to try to stop that. And as a matter of fact, last week I was out on 11th Street just to take a look to see how things were at that particular time. And as you talked about, you go out there one day and it looks fine, the next day it doesn't. But I was out there last week just to take a look, and the trash didn't look that bad on that particular day. But I know we are doing enforcement action from time to time on 11th Street.
Okay, Mr. Harris.
Chief, we had this conversation yesterday about possibly having video surveillance on certain intersections that would, and along with, you said that they already have technology that will read license plates and check it against insurance. And so I'm wondering if there's some combination of that where we can read the license plates on unsecured loads before they go out. And I know Enrica has a large problem in her ward, but also I know those country roads out by the dump, you know, you drive by and you see ditches, bar ditches just full. So obviously I think Randy's right in that people see that and they turn around and they go somewhere else. So maybe we could identify these people through some form of technology and be able to.
Yes, sir. One of the things that we're looking at right now is a camera system called a flock system that reads license plates that can help us with stolen vehicles and also particular vehicles that we're looking for our investigations. And it can also help with that issue of trash, unsecured loads also. We're looking at placing them at strategic places around town, some of the major intersections, so that we can get the most desired effect.
It sounds like it needs to be fast-tracked. Ms.
I was
Hankins?
just going to say that I agree with the chief. I came back from Wichita Falls the other Saturday around noon, and I'm straining my neck to see if there's much trash there, and there really wasn't that day. So it's like you said, sometimes it's worse.
Mr. Warren?
Just wanted to say, we need to probably at some point get legal to look at that, because I'm not sure that we can issue citations off of electronic means. I know that we haven't been able to do stoplight cameras and speed cameras because the state of Oklahoma says they have they're the only ones that can make money off of that at toll gates. So we may need to get somebody to look at that at a state level, whether we can do it or not. But I don't know if Caitlin's here or not, but I would suggest if that education along with more enforcement is probably the answer. And to that end, I would suggest Tommy the Tarping Terrapin or Tommy the Tarping Pterodactyl, one of the two.
City Manager.
There we go. Mayor, I think probably the sweet spot here is additional enforcement as well, and I appreciate the point that the city attorney brought up. There is a difference between a fine and a fee, and so the answer probably isn't can raise the fee for the law-abiding citizens. The answer probably should be fine the ones that are not abiding by the law, and we'll put that where it needs to be in the criminal portion of our code, and then we can figure out the enforcement piece later. So whether it's the grant that Larry's talking about, or we train an additional person to be a code enforcement person and put them out at the landfill, I think we've got some options there. But I think that's probably the right mix of addressing this issue.
So I might have misunderstood. I thought the fee only applied to uncovered loads, which are illegal loads. Is that not correct? Larry?
Yes, the $28.75 or the increased fee would apply to only a load that did not have a tarp or was unsecured.
And it's double for commercial, right?
Under the proposal. Currently, it's just a flat rate of $28.75
No,
across the board.
this 1986 ordinance has underlined charges for non-residential customers will be double if nodes are not properly secured. 1986.
There's been an update of that ordinance since that time that would.
I'm sorry. Well, somebody just handed this to me an hour or so ago, hour and a half ago.
Yeah, our
So
current code.
I don't even know who sent it, gave it to me.
Our current code is different.
So I really feel like we beat around this. I wonder, what do you do when at the landfill when somebody shows up and you say your load's illegal, you owe us $28.75, and they turn around to leave? What is the policy?
Currently, we have no authority or to detain them in any fashion, so they simply leave our property.
We have the authority to pick up the phone and call the police, right?
Sure. But it happens probably 20 times a month, something like that. I mean, it's just a continual
But
issue.
it is, if we're never going to get a grip on this, we're spending a minimum of $100,000 just on that one road for litter abatement. $100,000 of the citizens' money, theoretically citizens that are not driving around with uncovered loads, creating litter, or having to pay for it. There's got to be a way for us to address this as a community. I like several of the things I've heard. I wonder but I also understand that sometimes there's unintended consequences to our rules. I wonder if we had signs on the way telling what the fine was going to be, when you get to the landfill, would we create more dumping, illegal dumping, because we have a sign up warning you? I don't know. I do wonder if we let the police know this is a priority to the citizens, cleaning the town up, will they be more prone to have an eye open and watch for it and make stops? And probably nobody can answer that, but that's my wonder. So what we have here is, are we going to pass this proposed $100 fee, $200 for commercial, or are we going to ask them to bring back other solution options, including education, by the next council meeting? Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Larry, I have a question. I'm just sitting here thinking about this. So, this whole TARP thing, residential and commercial, are these people repeat offenders? I mean, the same people doing this all the time? I mean, certainly there's a group of them that are doing that. Is that safe to say?
There would probably be a handful of repeat offenders, but it's random.
Okay, I don't know if it's really, I mean, it is no doubt that I'm not really into shaming people, but it is no doubt that they bring their water bill. We know who these people are, right? I mean, we have the names of these people that are doing this, correct?
There could be a small number that would fall into that category.
Well, I mean, when the commercials come, we know what company it is. When the residential people come in, you have to have your water bill. So we have their name in hand, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know if it's legal or not to do that, but I mean, it is no doubt gathering information to try to deal with this problem, because it is a serious problem in my mind. And if we have their names, I don't know, is it okay to make to have a list of those people that are offending this?
I can't think. Yeah, I don't see anything illegal. I mean, if they give us their name and water bill when they arrive at the landfill, I mean, that's something they have to do to be able to use the facility, I believe. So I don't see how that's illegal to have that information.
The reason I'm asking that is, it is no doubt that if there's offenders, we know who they are, then we can send them a flyer or something in their water bill or whatever at their address or something, and let them know that we know that they've been offending, and that we can apprise them of the fact that there's a high fine for what they're doing. And I don't know that this is, that maybe this can be tweaked a little bit, but I'm just thinking of a solution because I'm sure that it's the same people that are doing it all the time. Maybe once in a while someone's not doing it, but anybody that takes stuff to the landfill and they don't own a tarp, they certainly need to be notified that this is highly illegal.
John.
Mayor, what I would recommend is I would recommend directing the staff to bring this back, and we can present more options at the next council meeting, whether that be a fine versus a fee, additional education before this is enacted. But we can work through a lot of these areas of ambiguity before the next meeting and bring it back for council's consideration.
Okay, before somebody makes a motion, I just want to say what started this was a picture sent to me of a commercial unsecured load by the widow of the man that's dead because of the unsecured load coming loose. And the comment has to do with the $28.75 is not enough for them to cover the load. Now, there's got to be enough punishment to make it work. With that, the floor is open for a motion. Ms. Johnson, were you wanting to talk? No, Mr.
I think I agree with the fee, fine, but I think it's going to take a combination of everything that we talked about to be effective, including having enforcement I don't know if both departments, your department and Neighborhood Services, may be able to come together and find some funding through HUD or somewhere, but we're going to have people, you know, on the street. We're going to have cameras. We're going to have a system of getting these fines and these loads taken care of, because it is a problem. And I do see the continuous problem with the excess dumping, especially in the Lawton View area and then also the community across, because people don't want to take their loads to the dump.
Mr. Warren.
I just wanted to, I'll make a motion to direct staff to bring this back with different options on fines and or whatever their solution might be. You know, and not to be overly dramatic, but ever since, because I got that same email, you know, how many people have to die before we take it serious and do something about it? We can keep saying, boy, somebody ought to do something about this, and boy, people ought to be better, and they shouldn't, you know, at some point we have laws, and we have, you know, we have to control people's behavior, because there are groups of people and individuals out there that aren't controllable and shouldn't live in society with the rest of us because they put us in danger. This is serious. On a daily basis, no, it's just trash blowing in the wind, so everybody thinks it's not a big deal. And it's not a big deal until somebody you love dies, and then it's a big deal. And I would really like to keep that from happening again. The converse of that drama is, you know, we could sell tarps on North 11th Street. We could open a little store there. But there has to be a solution. There has to be something that we can do that will get people's attention. The vast majority of people are driving out there and doing what they're supposed to be doing and not causing anybody a problem and not costing the citizens a dime. But those people that are out there not doing that are the problem, and we have to figure out a solution that is directed at them and doesn't cost. We're spending $100,000. Why aren't we spending that $100,000 stopping people from doing this? You know, if we spend $100,000, we can buy cameras, we can, you know, whatever we need to do, and that's a savings, and it's a solution to the problem. But so I make a motion that we direct staff to bring back as many solutions as they possibly can.
And apply for the grant and bring it all back in 2 weeks and apply for the grant in 2 weeks.
And apply for the grant when it's available and bring it all back in 2 weeks.
And we have a second discussion or debate. Please vote. Thank you, Larry. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 22, in accordance with the True North Culture Statement concerning transparency and trust, consider having 2 public hearings on the allocation of excess Propel 2019 sales tax funds in the amount of $3.5 million. Joe Don.
Yes, sir. We anticipate excess funds in our sales tax above the $23.5 million that our resolution of intent caps the Propel at, and we would like to have 2 public meetings to discuss about the allocation of that money.
Okay, if we delay this until we put all of the overages and underages together and take care of this one time, from 2014 to now, is it going to keep us from doing something? And can you have it ready to bring back by the next meeting? I'm assuming we can't go to public hearings until we know the amount of money we're talking about.
Yes, right now we're assuming $3.5 million, and that's basically to get us off the ground on the McMahon Auditorium. I think that I'd have to discuss that with our bond attorney to kind of see what kind of time frame that'd take.
So every time we do this in little pieces, we get these news reports and everything about there's excess money, how are we going to spend it? Everybody up here knows, and I think we know it throughout the staff now, that it's nothing more than inflationary money.
Right.
That McMahon Auditorium deal's gone from, what was it, 4.5 to 7?
4.5 to 8.
4.5 to 8. And so we have to deal with those inflationary factors, but the message that we're sending, that's not the message we're sending. And I really would like to see us just put this off for 2 weeks, get the number on the total of overages. I know we've had a couple of years we spent more than we brought in, so that would subtract. And let's do this one time, get it caught up through the end of 23-24. It'll be June 30, 24, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can we do that?
I'd ask for a little bit longer than 2 weeks to get it done. I'd ask to give me a month to get it done.
Well, I'm good with that. Are you telling me that McMahon's put off until we do it?
No, I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you I'd have to discuss that with the bond attorney to make sure to know for sure whether that is a fact or not.
Okay. So, council, unless somebody's doesn't like that, I guess we could have a motion to direct the staff to bring this back with a total of overages.
Why can't we do it in 2 weeks? I mean, what's the problem? What does 2 weeks, what does 4 weeks give us at 2 weeks?
Just gives me a little bit longer time to address this with the with the bond attorney, and then to get the exact number of our overages and underages worked out.
So the bond attorney is available pretty quick, and I don't understand why it takes us that long to get underages and overages worked out. We should know how much we brought in every year, right?
Yeah.
And this is a matter of budget and how much we actually brought in, right?
Right.
So can we try to do it in 2 weeks?
I can try to do it in 2 weeks, yes.
Okay. Make the motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we get this done in 2 weeks and back to the council.
Do I have a second? Second. A motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
It was just everything we put it off.
And the motion carries 8-0. Thank you, Joe Dine. Number 23, receive an update from the Building Division regarding the backlog of permits and provide direction as necessary. Charlotte.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. So this was actually a little bit better than I thought it was going to be, honestly, when I started putting numbers together. Right now, we have 42 residential permits awaiting review. We're waiting on additional information from the applicants. One of the things that I had forgotten about when we talked about this in August, when we have a fire damage structure come in, one of the procedures that we have put into place is a free pre-inspection that we do with the applicant. We go out, we look at the property, make sure that their insurance write-up is going to cover everything, and that they know the route and how to call in for inspections and all of that. We go through that on-site with the applicant and the contractor. So we do have one residential permit that is holding on that. Excuse me. We have 14 commercial permits waiting on additional information from the applicant. 7 commercial permits under review in the old system. We went live on September 25th with our new enterprise permitting and licensing, otherwise known as EnerGov. We've had a couple of hiccups with it. We're still trying to learn the system and process everything, but as of yesterday, we'd had 48 submitted since September 25th. 6 were waiting on fees to be paid so that we could continue our process. 7 permits were under review, 24 have been issued, and 15 that show submitted The submitted ones are ones that we have input that are already in the process of being reviewed in the old system.
Did I hear 48 since September 25th and 24 are already issued?
Yes.
So you've issued half of them. That's only like 2 weeks, isn't it?
Yes.
So you've issued half of them in 2 weeks. So I commend you for that. How are we doing? Because we set the target at 30 days to get everything submitted or issued. And of course, we understand that time starts ticking from the time people get you everything they have.
Right.
We
Yes.
understand that.
Yeah.
How's that working, and have we hit our target?
For the most part, we did have a couple that I actually signed off on myself yesterday to get issued. So I know of at least 2 commercial ones that were outside of that 30 days, but we did get that taken care of, issued, and they were maybe just a couple of days over that. For the most part, I believe we're hitting that 30-day.
Okay, Charlotte, every plan runs into roadblocks. Have you had some roadblocks you've had to work around, or roadblocks that seemed insurmountable? I mean, it seems like you've almost hit the target and you're really close to having all your situation worked out, but I want to make sure we've given you all the tools you need to be successful, and that we haven't caused you a problem of working around roadblocks.
We did have a roadblock with our third-party inspector back in July. They determined that they were not the best candidate to do our residential permit review, but they worked with us and were able to get us to a different company to utilize. And once we gave them because we had, a ton of new construction and a ton of solar panels out to them, and we got those back within a week of the new company getting them. So for the most part, I feel like everything's going positive. It's just, trying to learn the new system and continue to educate people to submit online, because everything we're doing is online now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Keel.
Sounds real good, Charlotte. 2 questions. Intergov, I'm really happy. I think
So
it could
am
be
I.
a great
It's been a
tool,
long year.
and I think when it gets worked out, that we'll really be able to increase, permit. I had already heard about solar panels and the problems we're having with that. Is that something we can maybe look at, put it in its own category, or doing something where they don't? It looks to me like we've got this little wheel bogging down the big wheel. Or maybe make a special department for them, or put them somewhere or something. I mean, I hate to see solar panels holding up.
Unfortunately not really, because of the expertise and stuff in the building division. Like our electrical inspectors actually review it to make sure that they meet the electrical requirements that are needed. And we, unfortunately, we found some license lending and a few other issues with some of the solar companies that we've been working with. But we are working towards that being a positive, making sure that everything is adequate and that it's safe for the homeowners as they come.
Well, as the mayor said, we're almost there. I'm excited.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other comments? Okay, what is your, you probably don't know the exact number, but using third-party services, what is your estimate of what we've spent?
So I went back and looked, and what we have been invoiced for, we've paid over $13,000 since the end of June.
Since June?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and there's probably another $10,000 that I haven't been invoiced for.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out, just real cursory point of view, if this is the stopgap we need. I know right now we have lots of solar panel that's causing a workload. But if we add another full-time equivalent, I'm not sure the load is there evenly through the year. And it seems like this needs to be evaluated as a possible solution to those peaks in permitting. They don't come the same amount every month, right?
No,
Okay.
they don't.
Somehow I knew that. Okay, I want to.
We used to slow down at, Christmas
Mr.
time
Gill.
and stuff, but we haven't in a long time.
I'm
We used
sorry,
to-
I was talking, I'm sorry.
We used to slow down around Christmas time and then pick back up when taxes came back up, but since COVID, we really haven't had that slowdown.
Okay, thank you.
We recommended in the Oversight Committee, we talked about stamp plans on residential.
Mhm.
And if they had stamp plans and they came in, that could be almost an immediate turnaround. Have any of the builders started doing that, or have they been informed of that as of yet, or? how's that working?
DR Horton has been using stamped plans and, but we have actually caught a few things on theirs that we've had to go in and redline comments. But even I did some plan review on DR Horton a month or so ago, and I did 5 in a matter of a day and a half.
Right, good.
So.
Do we have an amount of plans say per the dollar while we're out at third party, what third party is costing maybe per set, or how many plans are we doing for the dollar?
Yeah, I don't have that, but we can get that.
And then we can compare it against
Yeah.
staff time.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Council? Okay, I want to finish this up by saying I used to say stinking proud, but now I have to say true north proud. You and your department have really stepped up to show a tremendous turnaround. And when we don't make excuses, we find a way. And we found a way using third party to get caught up and do what other communities are doing, which is getting permits out in 30 days. I commend you. You're a great example to everybody. You and your department, I commend you for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, yes.
Item number 24, in accordance with the True North Statement and Transparency Trust, efficiency in providing world-class customer service, consider approving an ordinance modifying Section 22-12115, Division 2212, Chapter 22, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to water fees and charges by adding the forms of payment accepted for deposit, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. Joe Don.
Again, all this ordinance change does is add to the word cash in our ordinances. When I talked to the interim city attorney about this, his definition of cash was simply that, cash in hand. Well, if we've got to have cash, we can't take, it kind of puts our electronic deposit project on hold, because we can't do it from start to finish electronically. So we've added the language to be able to accept cash, debit or credit cards, e-checks, money orders, and the like to our deposit, the deposit portion of our ordinances.
And Mayor, the intent behind that is so that people will not have to physically come down to City Hall to make a deposit by the end of the month.
Right. Well, we require a deposit before we turn water on. So if you live in New York and you're being Fort Sill soldier and you're being sent to Lawton, you've got your house picked out, you've got everything done except your water turned on, we can't turn them on or have that water turned on until they come into the office and pay a cash deposit if they are required to do so.
You
Okay.
can't do it anyway if they're not there, if someone's there.
Well, we're not going to turn it on if nobody's there, but we can, if they're going to come in on a weekend, we can have if there's no leaks in the house when we turn the water on and the meter's not spinning, we can turn the water on and they'd have water on Saturday instead of having to wait until Monday when they came into the office to make their deposit.
Well, I think this is absolutely true north. And appreciate you doing it. And somebody can actually get a water account now without being present, right?
Correct.
Okay, can they do all that online, or do they have to?
They will be able to do all that online.
All be handled online?
All be handled online.
Well, look at us. Okay. Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, I'm just gonna reiterate, it was just said, but for sure, those people that may run into financial trouble, and their water gets turned off, they can get that turned on fairly immediately if they have a debit card if their deposit is increased. Or how long do you think they would be out of service?
Well, they'd have to come in, and if somebody, we're talking about two different situations here.
Sure.
A situation of somebody turning on and for new service versus a situation where somebody has been cut off because they have not paid.
Right.
They would obviously either have to pay that back payment or make satisfactory arrangements to make payments on a turn-off before we turn them back on.
At that point, I'm wondering, I would assume that sometimes some of those customers that run into financial trouble, their deposit would go up, or they would be given a deposit if their
in
water
some
got turned
cases,
off.
they would, yes.
And in that case, I was just wondering, for those people that are in trouble, how long would it be before they could get their water turned off, and would this help them?
It could help them, but depending on how that customer comes in or how that customer takes the initiative to pay their own bill.
Because they can pay, now, this would make it so they could call your office. If they had a credit card, debit card, they could pay all the money for the delinquent bill or whatever, catch
And
that
they can
up.
do that now,
And
yeah.
then if there's a deposit there, they could pay that, and you would have their water on immediately.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Chapman?
Joe Don, over here. Is this only for the utility department right now? This service that we're talking about with these kinds of deposits? And I'll reiterate what I'm getting at. I was at animal control today paying my deposit for the trap, and they only took cash. Now, they had an ATM machine off to the side, but I thought I heard them talking in the back that they were going to be getting some kind of facility where people could come and not have to have cash, have their debit card or their credit card. Do you
Well,
know?
I wasn't aware of the situation at the animal shelter. What we're addressing here is just utilities.
utilities.
Now, if we need to look into the ability of somebody them being able to take credit cards. Huh?
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. We'll go, thank you. We'll do that later.
And I think Ms. Chapman wants an agenda item for taking credit and debit and other forms of payment besides cash at all city things. Anybody
Mr. Mayor?
else?
Yeah.
Mr. Harris?
Yeah, I'd make a motion that we accept these changes to the ordinance.
So we have a motion for this great True North ordinance and waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only, correct? Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to utilities, amending section 22.12115, division 22.12, article 22.1, chapter 22, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to water fees and charges by adding the forms of payment accepted for deposits, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Did we have a second on that? Yes. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up number 25, receive a report from the police department regarding police responses and processes and take action as deemed necessary. And I think actually what we talked about was responses and communication. Chief.
Mayor, City Council, what I prepared was a PowerPoint. It's have several slides, but if you indulge me a little bit, we'll get to the last part of the slides. We'll start talking about what we're doing to assist the citizens and increase our communication. Okay? If I get this right. Okay. As you know, we're a full-time police department. We do answer. We are responsible for 911 calls, burglar alarms, domestic violence. And I'll flip through these first slides pretty fast to get to the meat of the matter. We, last year in 2022, we answered to 86,000 calls. At times, it required more than 2 officers to answer those calls. There's also those calls with critical incidents, fatal accidents that require sometimes more than 2 officers to answer those calls. One of the significant things is our calls for service. We take all of our calls very seriously to respond to our citizens. But the thing I want to point out is the bottom bullet is our response time on our calls for service is between 4 minutes and 5.5 minutes. The significant thing there, the national average for responding to calls for service is 10 minutes. So we are under the national average. In addition, not only do we respond to calls, but our officers do have self-initiated activities. We do traffic stops, DUI enforcements, answer traffic investigation, citizen contacts, and do investigation of suspicious activity, and also aid foreign police on some of their call-outs. We're divided in 2 divisions, a uniform division and a non-uniform division. Our uniform division, besides answering calls, they issued over 25,000 citations last year, had over 500 DUI arrests. And one of the things I would like to mention is our citations. We don't write citations just to generate funds. The reason why we write citations is to save lives and for safety reasons. There's 2 occasions that I really stress enforcement as during the beginning of school, because I don't want any of our children to get hit in school zones, because in the summertime, the school zones are open and then it drops down to 25 to 20 miles an hour. We want to make sure our citizens are aware and make sure that our kids are getting to school and getting home safe. So I emphasize enforcement during the beginning of school, about 2 weeks, and also during the holidays. I emphasize DUI enforcement during the Christmas and New Year's holidays. Years ago, I got hit head-on by a drunk driver, and I know what effect that have on people and their families. And we had over 500 DUI arrests. I'd like to look at that as we were saving lives and not just being heavy-handed in enforcement. Our CID, they investigate crimes against property, crimes against persons. Crimes against persons is assaults, homicides, kidnapping, robbery. Crimes against property is burglary, fraud, auto theft. One of the things that we do PSAs all the time when there are issues like back in June when we had a huge hailstorm come in. Of course, when they do, there's a lot of contractors come in, and a lot of those contractors are not legitimate. So we put out PSAs to our citizens to make sure that they are looking for the right credentials. The people that come knocking on their door, people are calling all the time, wanting to come fix your roof, but a lot of those are not legit. Plenty of those are. We talked about it before. Couple council meetings back about people who are coming knocking on your door. They have to have credentials, just to make sure that they are legit. So we do put out information to our citizens to make sure that they're not getting defrauded. One of the things that also we have a very robust narcotics enforcement. Last year, my narcotics unit did an outstanding job. For 2022, they got over 1,400 grams of marijuana off the street, over 10,000 grams of cocaine off the street, and as you see the numbers, 15,000 fentanyl pills off the street. And one of the issues that we have been having is overdose of fentanyl pills, and they have been saving lives. And what I do not show in those numbers is the lives that have been saved with getting those drugs off the street. And unfortunately, as I talked about before, that's just the tip of the iceberg. But the narcotics unit has been doing an outstanding job, and we've been putting information out to our citizens about the danger of drugs, the danger of fentanyl pills that's been laced with other substances that has caused a lot of overdose. Our crime statistics that we've had in 2022, it's been down. What's been up is burglaries. That's the high number, in over 1,200 burglaries that's been investigated by our detective unit. Our homicides for the past few years has been the highest year is 2022. We had 17. But one of the things I wanted to point out is, once again, the national average for the solvability rate of homicides is 61%. Our solvability rate for homicides for LPD in the city of Lawton is over the 90 percentile. Last year we had 17 homicides, and we take each one very seriously. Every one has been closed, and we're waiting on evidence from OSBI right now to close out on the last one. And we have suspects in mind, a person of interest, I like to say, but we're waiting on evidence from the crime lab so we can move forward. But the outstanding thing was, here is the national average for solvability is 61%. We're in the 90 percentile. One of the things that we did looking to prepare this presentation, we want to look at 6 peer cities. We were able to contact and talk to 3 of them. Midwest City, Moore, and Broken Arrow didn't respond to our inquiries. We looked at their website and was unable to get information from those 3 cities. But the other 3 cities that we were able to call and contact was Norman, Edmond, and Eden. And you see how we compare to 3 of our 6 peer cities that we reached out to. And we are, our calls for service is a little higher, but also in some of the other categories, we're doing better. We have a internal affairs unit, and one of the things that we do, we take all of our complaints seriously. We look into all the complaints that come within the Lawton Police Department, and we investigate them in 2 ways. If a complaint comes in where a supervisor can handle it or deal with it, it is assigned to that employee supervisor. But if it's going to be more intel and detail, and it's going to take more time, those complaints are assigned to the Internal Affairs Department, where they are dedicated in just working those complaints. And for the past 2-3 years, these are the number of complaints that we have worked within our department. And it's a breakdown of what the internal affairs have investigated and also what the supervision has investigated. And the 2023 is the number of complaints that we have received so far this year. One of the programs that we use in internal affairs and within our department is called the IA Probe. What it is a early warning software that when officers are involved in use of force or we get complaints on officers, we look at vehicle accidents. We also look at pursuits. We enter that data, and if an officer is getting several complaints, several accidents, or use of force, we track that as like an early warning device that if there's an issue, we will address that with the officer. Maybe there's something going on or there's a particular issue that we need to address. So it's a very good tool that we are using right now to help identify some of the issues that may arise in the police department. One of the things that we utilize each and every day, back in 2015, the President mandated a task force to look at how that police agencies throughout the nation could best police, and they looked at best practices and recommendations on how to build trust within the communities that they serve. It's called 21st Century Policing, and there are 6 pillars in that. But one is talking about building trust and legitimacy, talking about building positive relationships within the community. Pillar number 2 is policies and oversights. We are continually looking and revising and reviewing our policies all the time because, things are changing. Policing is changing. The environment is changing. So we have to always update our policies all the time. We are implementing Lexipol. It's a nationwide policy update that has best practices throughout the nation that we're implementing here also. Pillar number 3 is technology and social media. We are continually trying to update our technology. Some of the new technology that we have implemented within the past few years is our e-ticketing, our mobile data terminals in our vehicles, body-worn cameras, and we are continuing looking at other technologies that's going to help us do our job, be more responsive to the community. Pillar number 4 is community policing, crime reduction. We are continually, each and every day, working with the community, our neighborhoods, our business partners, and trying to keep them safe, and also working with our schools and listening to them and seeing what's pertinent and what's changing in their communities so we can be more responsive. Other pillar is officer training and education. We continue to seek education. We want to stay on the cutting edge of training. One of the things that we're mandated by our CLEAT, our state certification agency. They mandate all law enforcement agencies throughout the state to have 25 hours of continuing education. We give 88 hours of education to our officers. That's just the minimum. We send some of our supervisors to supervisor training, executive level training. We're sending some of our commanders to FBI training just to continue to update our training so that we can be more responsive to our community and always looking for better ways to serve our community and stay ahead of issues that arrive. Pillar number 6 is officer safety and wellness. We're always promoting officer safety, and one of the big pieces is officer wellness. We want to make sure that our officers are going home safe, and also make sure that their well-being is paramount. One of the things that we utilize each and every day is the city has a EAP program that is offered to them, but also we go a step further, that we have a peer support program that's offered to our officers. I talked a little bit about the IA Pro. Sometimes it has identified officers that needed some extra attention with some issues, and our peer support program has stepped in to help that officer be a more productive officer, and also be more productive to our citizens. Also, there is a state peer support program that we utilize also. So that has helped our officers and our community in utilizing the 21st century policing. And how we're doing that, we are very active in our neighborhood watch programs. We have our monthly meetings, and there we give out current crime trends. We listen to our citizens to see what issues they have. Tell you a little story. A long time ago, when I was at another department, I went to a community meeting, and I thought for sure I knew what the answer was. I knew what their problem was. It was the open-air drug market that was going on in that area. And so I got up and I gave my presentation. They wasn't even concerned about that, but what they were concerned about was those quality of life issues. They were concerned about their neighbor's grass growing high, abandoned cars, trash not being picked up. At that time, was that a police problem? No, it wasn't, but it was a community problem where we collaborated with other community city partners to get the trash picked up, clean up their neighborhood. That was what their problem was. So in going in and thinking what their issues are, you got to listen, talk to your community, know what their problem is and how you can fix their problem. We also are very active with our social media, how we're getting our message out. We're constantly giving out public service information when there's issues with roads being closed or an area that's a crime scene happened. We get those information out to the public. We highlight issues that our officers are doing. We provide speaking opportunities. We have some of our CLP officers go out to our schools, our churches, even go over to Fort Sill and talk about some of the things that's happening in the community and in the police department. So we utilize our social media very heavily. Crime Stoppers, that is a very good tool that we use to involve our citizens. One of the things that's coming up is their Moonlight Walk. That's going to be coming up pretty soon. That is going to be in Elmer Thomas Park. But also in Crime Stoppers, they give out rewards for anonymous tips, and it is totally anonymous. We do not want your name. We issue a number, As a matter of fact, we had an incident over the weekend, this past Friday, that someone called in to Crime Stoppers and gave us some pertinent information that's going to help us solve that particular situation. So Crime Stoppers is a very good tool that we utilize each and every day in its outreach to our citizens. We also utilize our schools. We have a mentorship program with Lawton Public Schools. We have students who are interested in law enforcement. They come and kind of shadow some of our detectives and our officers that kind of give them some education and some information on how they want to start their career goals. And also, along with Lawton Public Schools, we do a mock prom night. Everybody kind of have fond memories of our prom night, but some of those things we talked about during prom night we shouldn't have done, but we also want to give information to students about staying safe on prom night. We talk about the dangers of drugs. We talk about the dangers of drinking and driving, and talking about making wise choices during that time when you're young and want to do those things and think you're going to live forever. But we just want to make sure that our students are making wise choices. And our other community engagements, we do a lot that's not up here, but we do our Citizens Police Academy as a 12-week program at the first of the year in January. Also in the summertime, it's a week program with our Junior Citizens Police Academy that we're reaching out to our young citizens to show them that the police is their friend. It gives them some good information about how and why and reasons why we do a lot of things that we do. It's a very good, fun event just to interact with our youth in our community. Also, we do we participate in Special Olympics events. We do a torch run to support our Special Olympic athletes. Also do a Tip a Cop in partnership with Texas Roadhouse, where we raise funds for our Special Olympic athletes to send them to that event. So we do a lot of community outreach programs in our community to engage our citizens and our youth. And as always, we are responsive, and we're always looking to keep our community safe, and we continue to respond to the needs of the community as one of the statements in our True North. And that's what I have.
Questions? First of all, that was a great presentation. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate you tying everything to the True North, as you always do, because it is about the customer expectations. Can you go back to the screen that showed the peer cities? So when I look at this and the number of calls that we have, I have to really commend our officers for what they are doing to handle that many more calls than all of these other communities. And I think that means they're the best. And I think we ought to claim that and appreciate our officers. They're handling 86,000, and look at the population of Norman. By the way, our population is 91,000, but a lot of those are on Fort Sill, and we don't provide services to Fort Sill. So really, it's about 80,000. So that's 48,000 more than we're providing service for. And they have 60,000 because we have 86. I think our officers and your department need to be commended for that. And I think we need to grab hold of that. Looking at this, we're the best. Now, I also look at that number at the bottom, and it makes me think we must have some good drivers here. We've only had 1,300 collisions, and Norman's had 2,175.
Yes, sir. They have a huge college, and they got college kids driving.
Now, and I'm a little surprised that their drug violations aren't higher, and it may be because they're not putting the emphasis on we are, and I want to commend you for that emphasis because it's my impression, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but that drugs are at least one of the root causes of crime. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So I commend you for having that as one of your key pillars. I'm not talking about the pillars you put up here, but your key pillars of focus or priority, whatever you want to call it, because that attacks crime at the root cause. The burglaries, we have about 3.4 a day. That seems like a lot to me. And I went out to, as you know, I had a complaint about 10 days ago. And so I went out to dispatch and I went through the process. Jessica's not here, but she did a great job. John went with me, learned about the process, learned about calls stay up on the screen, don't go off at the officer screen for whatever, what do you call them, zones?
Yes.
Whatever zone until they contact the citizen. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate that we are responding to all calls. I'm concerned about technology, that there's technology that we're not utilizing. And I would ask you, in what you talked about earlier about the tag reading stuff, to put that on a fast track, defy typical municipal timelines, which seem to be long, and make it short, and get us, if that's a decision that needs to come to council, bring it. I believe this council wants to support you, giving you and your officers the tools you need to do your job. I also wonder if there aren't other technologies that we need to explore, especially in this time where it's difficult to find enough applicants for the slots we have open. Now, lastly, my comment, well, I have one more after this. Do you feel like neighborhood watches are effective?
Yes, sir.
Are they effective at keeping people alert? What is it they're effective at?
I think they're effective in, number one, is alerting their neighborhood about issues that's going on. And also, they are effective in being our eyes and ears in their neighborhood because, they know who's coming in and who's coming out. We ask people, just kind of look and see what's going on in your neighborhood, not to get out and, and take some type of action. But if he sees that there is something that's kind of unusual or peculiar, give us a call. And that's neighborhood watches are effective in that.
Okay, I'd love to see us expand our neighborhood watches. We have some wards with no neighborhood watch. I think I'm going to put an agenda item on for us to talk about that. So lots of appreciation. I want to tell you, and I'll tell this to all the council members, I went out to dispatch and I really feel good about what I saw and the processes that are going on and the way calls are handled and the way that they're not erased until the citizen is contacted. That doesn't mean we get 100% right, but you understand that. One concern, yesterday morning, it must have been because it was Monday, I had 3 before noon complaints about homelessness and sleeping on a business patio, and the complaint was the police wouldn't do anything. had two other complaints, those weren't directed at the police, but we do have this homeless problem. When we have a homeless task force, I think you've been there, and we're working on that. I don't know how to say it, but just like crime, we have to have crime prevention and crime suppression, right?
Right.
And I don't know if those are the right words, but just for homelessness, we have to have the help side, and then we have to have the control side. What can a business or citizen expect from you and your officers when they call about a homeless problem?
Well, we have addressed some of this with some of the businesses. Businesses is private property, and if there's a homeless person there, they can ask them to leave. If they don't leave, they can call the police, and we can remove them for trespassing, but we need the cooperation of the business owner to sign the complaint. Because it's private property.
Is that a problem? They call you, but then they don't want to sign the complaint?
Sometimes, yes.
And what do you do with them? Just tell them to move on? Or?
Yeah, we ask them to move, but it's on private property. We cannot make them move. Unless
they
the
sign a
owner
complaint.
cooperates in signing a complaint.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll relay that message. Mr. Warren.
There we go. Chief, I had a couple things. One was, and I don't know if it's a collaboration between you and dispatch or if it should come from dispatch. Do we someplace have a listing of the outcome of those 86,000 calls? What the call was for, and then how it was terminated? And the reason I ask that is, and I've always thought this, we need to know why we have so many more calls. I mean, I think we generally know, but I think in order for us to attack that problem, we have to identify it and actively go out there and seek remedies other than always taking up our officers' time on some things maybe that don't come to fruition, and figure out a different way to do that.
I think dispatch, and I don't want to talk out of school, but I think dispatch do track those calls like we get like a abandoned car, and the officer goes there and said that the car was removed or has been towed, and they'll close that out. But do they do it on every one of the 86,000 calls? I like to say there is a disposition on that, but like I said, I don't want to talk out of school how we track that. I don't know if they have a listing of everything. They may have, but we have a representative from E911 here.
All right, Franz.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It is true when we get calls for services, we get the police officers give us a disposition on everything, 10-8 with the report, en route to the jail, whatever. But at times, I hesitate to say that's 100% accurate, because I was just talking to a colleague back there, was at times that can change, and we don't know that. You know, we might get 10-8 no report, and then eventually there is a report. Or it could even be vice versa in that kind of scenario. We do track things, and we have it, but I would not want to commit to it being 100% accurate.
And I guess in that vein, I know that IT is basically not doing anything. You know, they just kind of hang out. So maybe we could at some point, when it's easy and it can be done, figure out a way to mesh that all together so that we can actually see how those outcomes, what happens, so that we can go in and I'd love to see 20,000 of those calls go away. If we can figure out a way to you know, whether it's Sentinels or whatever needs to handle some of that stuff. But I appreciate that. Thank you The other thing I had was back to the homeless issue, and I won't go too deep into it because I think, we probably will talk about it in the future. But, to me, in the way I think, we've got two separate homeless issues. We've got a homeless issue of people that are basically homeless, and they don't bother anybody, and they're just out there doing their thing, trying to survive. And then there's the homeless that are basically addicted to substance or are in some other way mentally ill, and they cause a problem for us. I was coming from a meeting today, driving down C Avenue at about 10 o'clock this morning, 11 o'clock this morning, and there was a gentleman urinating on one of the businesses on C Avenue. We have to we have to figure out a way to separate those two issues, because I think one of them has one solution and the other has another solution. And so it's not going to do us a lot of good to just work on one of those solutions. We've got to work on both of them. Sadly, the mental illness and those individuals that intentionally don't conform to society, we're going to have some help on those issues, whether it's from the state or whether it's from the feds. We didn't build this issue, they did. We didn't create the problem. The feds and the state created the problem by not taking care of those individuals anymore. So I hope that when we look at those issues, we'll look at both of those issues.
And I just want to piggyback on what you said, and yes, there's a variety of reasons why there are homeless in our community or any community, and that's what our homeless task force is working on, identifying those. And yes, there are systemic issues, especially when it comes to mental health and affordable housing and things like that. So again, I always say it didn't happen overnight, and it's not going to be fixed overnight, but the homeless task force, we're working on that right now.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Chief, I appreciate the report. It was had a lot of information on there that I wasn't aware of, very educational, and I appreciate all you do. And I just want to talk a minute about homeless in Ward 5. I get a lot of houses that we, of course, put on D&D, and a lot of the homeless people camp out in those houses, and John and his crew really do a good job in dealing with that, and we almost got a system down to try to control it. But on the other side, at times I have to deal with the commercial side, where we have homeless people that are actually at commercial businesses doing and disrupting. And I was even thinking about an agenda and item about homeless in the business area, because that's a little more complicated. There are homeless that definitely need help and assistance and end up where they are. But there's a darker element to that homeless, the homeless that I've had to deal with in Ward 5. I actually have had drug dealers go into businesses and threaten them. The police have been very supportive in that and in that area, and I appreciate that. They're in the particular area that I was dealing with. It was a combination of both. I think one person that was mentally ill and had some mental and emotional issues. The other was a drug house. Several of us in the area think that they're selling drugs there, but that brought a kind of a darker element, and it got so bad over there. There was trash, debris, people sleeping on sidewalks. I mean, it was a terrible, terrible situation. But there was federal property there. There was a commercial property there. There was a combination of different entities that were there. John brought some people out and was able to clean up the area. I appreciate the city management taking attention to this. that there were federal officers that showed up to this to deal with this issue, and we had approached several of the businesses that were there in the area. They're all in a group. The police was very supportive in the fact of helping to assist in keep getting the people that were sleeping on the sidewalks in the morning, leaving their food and drinks and debris in the area. But indeed, I do think that as a team, with a team effort with the police and all the other entities, the city management and their support, I check that area every morning because of the problem that we had there, and it seems to have solved the problem. With that said, the problem kind of moved across the street to another business that is not in operation. But it is no doubt that there is a darker element, and I'm sure, Chief, you are aware of that. There is a darker element to the homeless situation. I do want to say this, that one of the situations I ran into with the residential side of the homeless is one homeless gentleman went down, paid the taxes on the house that an older man had passed away on, and decided that because of that he owned the house. I put that house on the D&D. Before you knew it, they had taken the windows out and removed a bunch of the metal, and I was over there. It was ready to be demoed, and a family with a dog, children, were moving in. And I went to them and said, this house is about to be torn down. I'm not really sure, you know, you guys should not be here. And they said, well, that guy over there rented it to us. He owns it. And the homeless guy comes over to me and says, yeah, I own this house. Well, I knew the guy didn't own the house because I've been dealing with it. And I think that's kind of a darker side of even homelessness that I'm dealing with, even on the residential side. Mind you, I feel the police department is very supportive in this, as well as the city staff and John. But it is indeed an issue that, at least in Ward 5, that I've had to deal with, and especially troublesome for those businesses that are being disrupted by those homeless people, even to the point of being threatened. And so I did want to just kind of share those stories. I'm sure that other council members may have had some issues that they were dealing with. But with that said, we are doing a pretty good job, and it's no doubt that with the help of Councilwoman Johnson and some of her things that she has going on her end, and then the police department and in the city enforcement department, that's really helping. I do think this, as I go to Oklahoma City and other cities, they have their encampments and everything, and they are. We're not doing as bad as I think, although I share these dismal stories. Thanks, Mayor.
Chief, this homeless, everyone wants to talk about it, and I had it on my list before anybody. I just want to discuss some theories. We all know we have a homeless problem, and I think it's pretty apparent that it's going to get worse before it gets better. It's only growing across the country. So we really need to try to think about something we can do instead of pointing fingers and everything else. We need to do something about it, and we got to get it under control. So if I called the police department, and I recently did, they didn't know it was me, and I said, hey, I've got vagrants out here on this land, and they're building a fire back there with tires, and they were, and this is ongoing, and I tried this like 3 days in a row, and they're going to tell me just what you said. Well, it's private land. We can't do anything. So, and they didn't, but let me finish, and then I'll let you respond. They didn't do anything. I called neighborhood services, and I was lucky or able to get John to send his people out, and he scared them enough that he was going to, whatever he said, I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but he got them to move. And they even had a motorhome set up with no electricity or sewer or anything on the lot next to it. And he was able to get them to move that before that night, because I know he told them he was going to impound it if they didn't. But having said that, you mentioned something about suspicious activity. So I've got two questions. Suspicious activity, how far can we go with that? Anytime there's people living in a house that they don't own or it's suspicious on land, we have that law that we can use. And secondly, if we don't, then maybe it's the way we can solve this problem is to have neighborhood services. They have the information of who owns those houses, and if they don't, they can certainly get it. They do it every day. They know right how to get it from the county, and they generally can find out who owns that. So what if we get a blanket, you might say, form, and we get these people that own these vacant houses around the country to sign this release that I give you permission to enter the ground. So the next time I call the police department and I say I've got vagrants out here and they have a fire going, well, we can't do anything about that because it's private property. And I can say, well, I have permission from the property owner, so you can come out and do something about it. What do you think about that? Do you see a problem with that? Because that can be done. And we could keep talking about this at these council meetings and talking about the things that are going on and how bad it's getting and they're moving across the street. We're going to have to do something. It's not going to go away by itself and it's going to get worse. So I'm just giving you ideas. We can get permission from the owners, at least on most of them, to go on there and arrest them. And I guess if we get our jail full, we'll talk about building another jail. Well, I'm just saying, we got to do something. If you run them out of here, they're going to go down the street and go in another place, or they're going to sleep on the bench out in front of a ABC cafeteria or whatever the case is. They're not going away. We're just moving them. So I'm just throwing that out. And I don't know what suspicious activity means. Can you go on private land for suspicious activity?
Well, starting afar is suspicious activity.
Okay.
But one of the things I was going to respond to, I think what we need is a joint effort. One of the things we talked about is a collaboration with police, neighborhood services, get some of the private businesses involved. Just enforcement that I talk about all the time. Just enforcing is not going to solve the problem. If we get other entities involved, I think it will help ease the problem.
What would solve it? In your opinion, what would solve the problem?
Well, as Councilman Johnson was talking about, a lot of the homelessness have mental health issues. I think we need to address mental health issues. There's been a couple of people years ago I've been aware of that they're homeless, but they have the means to not to be homeless, but they still want to be out in their environment. So we have to address some of the mental health issues.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but when you say that, that really tells me that if we're going to address the mental health issues, then we've got to do something further than say we have to. We have to find some federal organization, make contact or do something. I know we don't have the institutions like we used to, but we don't have within the city whereabouts to do that. So,
okay,
I think
so
the mayor wants
let's.
to go. So thank you anyway, Chief.
So we're beating all around this, but we probably need to try to solve the mental health and the homeless problem later, and we're kind of going down the line. I'm not ignoring you, Ms. Hankins. Ms. Chapman, you're next.
Well, this is a different subject. I'm really glad that you're supportive of the neighborhood watches. That's been important for my area. One thing that I wish that you would put back again that we haven't seen for probably a year is that you used to give us some detailed crime reports for our immediate area, not necessarily the whole zone, but our immediate area, rather than a policeman, our rep coming and saying, well, we've had some car burglaries or this or that. We need more detailed information. I think that can be given to us. And also, Mayor, you asked what, Chief Smith, some of the benefits of a neighborhood watch, and I would add a sense of community, that we've gotten away from having neighborhood communities. And I see that especially when we stopped having elementary schools in our neighborhoods. Kids were bused far away. So we lost that sense. And I think that this helps build community, know who your neighbors are. So I think it's a real benefit, and I'm glad you're continuing doing that.
And we talked about that before, and we're going to get those reports to you. Okay.
It's not your turn.
Yes, sir. I was.
With your permission, Ms. Hankins. Chief, first of all, I want to give you kudos. I was having a conversation with Chad Rogers today about his site over his shopping mall over on Sheridan and Gore, and he said that your officers have been outstanding in responding when they have issues either with homeless people or with shoplifters. So kudos to that. Councilman Gill, I've actually been working exactly with John Jernigan exactly on what you said. We're going to come up with a form that can be filled out by absentee owners, which would give that permission to the police department to evict people from their property. So I am working on that issue for you. And finally, Chief, one of the technologies you and I discussed yesterday was the ShotSpotter. Would you please explain that and tell us the benefits of that to your department and maybe some round budget numbers on what that would cost?
Yes, we was talking yesterday. There's technology called ShotSpotter. It can identify the shots that's happened in a neighborhood or on the street. It can narrow it down to a certain grid point, and it's utilized in several cities, and it has been very beneficial to help police respond a lot quicker to shots being fired, and also help in solving crimes also. The technology is very expensive. Since we talked yesterday, I haven't looked into it, but I can get some information and quotes and bring it back to you.
Could you explain how it works briefly?
Yeah, it's on a like a listening device. Like if shots are being fired, it can identify the location, the street, and it will alert the police or dispatch to where that those shots are being are coming from, and it will help us respond a lot quicker to that location.
I've been talking to a guy.
It's your turn.
I was going to say, this is a multifaceted problem. It's not simple. There's so many areas to this, different kinds of homelessness, different, so there's no way. This discussion is important for us to have, and it's important for us to have it for our constituents to see that we care. But there are task force, and just like you said, collaboration. There are nonprofits in Lawton that's what they're supposed to do too, is collaborate with other people and work together. And so they form task forces to do that kind of work. The other thing I would say, the neighborhood watch meetings are important in the fact that they have good leadership. I think Linda has a really good neighborhood watch. The one we had, it was very hard to keep it positive at all. So there has to be the good leadership as well.
And thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate that. Good report, great presentation, and it's nice to know we're number one. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Staff reports, item number 26. In accordance with the True North culture statement that we are transparent for the citizens, provide a presentation of first quarter financials for the budget year 2023 to 2024, and provide an update on the FY 2022 audit process. Joe Don. Okay, I think your mic's off. There we go.
Okay, I said, I guess with like a bad penny, I keep showing up today.
But you're the last one, that's good.
We hope so. Of course, we finished off our first quarter of our 2024 year, and when we're looking at our sales tax, one of the things that we can see is that we're running about 2% behind what our budget projections were, but we're running about 6% higher than what we were in FY23. When we look at our revenues and expenditures across all of our funds, we see a huge anomaly with the budget. If you remember, we budgeted close to $170 million worth of loans that we have not gone out for yet. So that's throwing this off because the budget numbers are just an average. So if we look at 24 versus 23, we're about 4% higher in revenues than we were in 23. And we're about 3% lower in expenses than we were in 2023. As we look at as we look at our revenue mix across all of our funds, we have 43 of them. 32% of our funds revenues are charges for services, water, sewer, garbage. 25% taxes, sales, use, franchise, etc. We've got 37%, which is other. That's miscellaneous revenues that don't really fall into a good category. 3% of our revenues have been interest income. Our interest income has increased this year. And then grants, license and permits, and fines are about 1% each. Looking at our expenditures, not much has changed. We have a pretty even expenditure mix. 36% of our expenditures are personnel. 26 other services and charges. 21 debt service. Materials and supplies, 11%, and 6% for capital outlay. Our debt is pretty well evenly split. We have 35% for the city, 42% for utility authorities, and 23% for other authorities. Now, probably the most important slide in this one is this slide. We should be about 25% of our expenditures and our revenues collected. And I guess I want to look down at the bottom line. On the budget side, we should have been in the negative or gone into our fund balance by about $2 million at this time of the year. That's based upon our budget. We all knew we were going to dip into our fund balance some this year. Well, actually, we haven't so far. We have added nearly $10,000 or $9.5 million to our fund balance for the general fund. Now, I'm sure there's expenditures coming up that are going to take care of some of that. We're coming into a time frame where our utilities are going to be less. Collections are going to be less in that vein, but we're seeing some other collections. Of the budget of our, yes. And with that, I tried to keep it short. I got threatened before I came in. So this part of the presentation is over. Okay. Now, as far as the audit is concerned, we figure we're going to have our part of the audit wrapped up and ready to turn over to our auditors and consultants in 2 weeks. There are some areas that we've got some concern about where we are dependent upon third parties, such as our actuarial part of our report. We've got to get that straightened out. We've got to stay on top of the person doing our actuarial to make sure he gets that done in a timely manner. But there are a few concerns that we're working our way through. Any questions?
Do you have a motion going to executive session? Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Harris.
Thank you, Joe Don.
Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
I thought I was gonna
Uyghur.
die.
Johnson.
I thought I
Warren.
was gonna die.
Hankins.
I kept waiting and waiting. That was a long presentation for me.
Chief.
I need to go rest too.
Hey, Kim, it's, yeah, Chris, and it's Serrano. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're back from executive session. Do we have a motion?
I make the motion to
Come back of
come back out of executive
Mayor,
session.
Mayor and council, I make a motion that we return from executive session.
And a second motion, and a second, please call the roll.
Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Uyghur?
Yes.
Johnson? Warren? Hankins? Harris?
Item number 27, Tim.
Okay, pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending action in the United States District Court for Western District of Oklahoma titled Kent Jackson as personal representative of the estate of Israel Williams versus City of Lawton et al., case number CIV 23284G. That conversation did occur, and we have a motion.
Mayor and council, I make a motion that due to a potential conflict of interest between defendants, my motion is to approve a retainer agreement with the law firm of Stidley and Neal, PLLC, to represent defendant Natasha Bates, with Sean McKelvey to be lead attorney in Bates' defense at a rate of $175 per hour, with any associate attorney assisting being compensated at $150 per hour, and any paralegals assisting being compensated at $60 an hour.
Have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 28, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss a pending claim of Schoolhouse Slough, Inc. That did occur, and we have a motion.
In light of the report showing no contamination, move to authorize staff to continue with their efforts to identify funding for the possible purchase of certain improvements made under the lease between the Lawton Water Authority and Schoolhouse Slough Incorporated. Said purchase price to be $2,875, representing the average of the 3 appraisals.
Is there a second? Hold on.
Did you say $2,875,000? Should be $2,875,000.
That's what I said.
You said $2,875,000.
Did I?
Okay.
Well, then I will change that.
Yeah, change it.
$2,875,000.
Is there a second? Second. Motion and a second. Please call the roll. Oh, please vote. Motion carries. Motion carries 7-0. Item 29, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to review the employment agreement of John Ratliff as acting city manager, and my understanding, no action is necessary.
Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
And a second? Please call the roll.
Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Uyghur? Warren? Hankins? Harris? Chapman?